When the truth is found to be lies, I know the joy within you dies. Don't you want somebody to love? Don't you need somebody to love? Wouldn't you love somebody to love? You better find somebody to love. Don't you want somebody to love? Don't you need somebody to love? Wouldn't you love somebody to love? You better find somebody to love. Don't you want somebody to love? Don't you need somebody to love? Wouldn't you love somebody to love? You better find somebody to love. Don't you want somebody to love? Don't you want somebody to love? Don't you want somebody to love? Don't you need somebody to love? Wouldn't you love somebody to love? You better find somebody to love. Don't you want somebody to love? Don't you need somebody to love? Wouldn't you love somebody to love? You better find somebody to love. Don't you want somebody to love? Don't you need somebody to love? Wouldn't you love somebody to love? You better find somebody to love. Don't you want somebody to love? Don't you need somebody to love? Wouldn't you love somebody to love? You better find somebody to love.
Explore the world of premium. When you upgrade, you're entering
Under pressure. search for the darkness. Die Stacheln sind spitz. Sind Sie denn alle Barbaren geworden?
100. Zermalmen, ich verarbeite sie zu Mus.
Ich sehe da ein Problem. Ein großes Problem.
Tarantino.
duo.
Deep level cocaine.
Now we dance to hard bass. We might get sponsored by Spetsnaz for the iconic hard bass. You will be up for a treat, so get up on your feet. Take a vodka in your hand, sing along with me, my friend. Drink till it's the end, make sure that the floor will bend. We might get sponsored by Spetsnaz for the iconic hard bass. You will be up for a treat, so get up on your feet. Take a vodka in your hand, sing along with me, my friend. Drink till it's the end, make sure that the floor will end. Now we dance to hard bass. 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 Hard bass, hard bass, hard bass, hard bass. Now we dance to hard bass, cause we all have class. Now we dance to hard bass, 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 bass.
way of listening is waiting for you with Premium. Listen to your favourite music ad-free. Download your playlists and listen offline. Pick and choose what you hear with On Demand on any device. Plus, unlimited song skips let you hear only what you want, even on mobile. Premium is a whole new way to listen. Get 1 month free. Tap the banner to learn more.
Stop for a minute, gotta find the tempo. Find the tempo. For a minute, gotta find the tempo.
Power. Rush. Adrenaline. Power.
going to go ahead and copy all of these items, pretty much double it, and then I'm going to say
So you want to be a software engineer at Google? Go to algoexpert.io. Pick a question. Read the
F, G, H, I, and J. And now, let's go ahead and refresh the page and see how this looks. You can see we have now A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. And of course, it's not going past the page yet, but we can actually wrap this around and see how that looks. So all we have to do is add the flex dash. So in this video, I'm going to be talking about CSS selectors. I'm also going to be going through what they do and what types of selectors there are. So you're probably wondering what a selector actually is, because we haven't actually talked about this at all, and it's pretty much one half of everything that you do in CSS. So as you know, you have two different documents. You have your HTML document, which is kind of your structure, gives all of the different text and content of the page. Pretty much it for properties. Let's move on. So this is going to be the final video on, or in this section. We're not really going to be doing doing anything or styling the website, but for now, I just want to talk a little bit about a very important part of CSS.
ალო.
გესმის?
ალო.
გესმის?
ამიცა. თქვი რამა?
გესმის?
კი, მესმის. მისმინე რაღაც განახილ. Objective personality ხო იცი YouTube-ის ის რო არის?
რები?
Objective personality საიტი რო არის, ხო იცი?
კი, როგორ არ ვიცხოდა.
ხო, ანუ მაგათ აქვს ყველაზე წესად ახსნე რა ყველაფერი საერთოდ. და მაგათი ის ვიპოვე, რა ქვია, საიტზე ვიპოვე ბაგი რა.
აუ, ღადაო, ბიჭო, ეხლა არ მითხარ რომ შეხვედი მაგათ იმაზე და
კი, ყველაფერი ნახე.
რანაირად არ გამაგიჟო.
ბიჭო, ანუ რაღაც შეამჩნია და მეთქი დაინძრა თქო და ეგრევე.
აუ.
ისმინე რა ქენი იცი? ეს კეთილი.
ეს სტრიმი მაქვს აშვებული, ხო იცი?
სტრიმი გა?
ხო. უკვე 3 საათი ნახევარია.
Nice. შენ როუტერში შესვლა შეგიძლია?
სადა?
როუტერში.
რა თქმა უნდა, მოიცა? აუ, რა იყო? ხო, ფოტო მაქვს გადაღებული, მოიცა ტელეფონში ვნახო.
რა არის ფოტო?
როუტერის ადმინი და პასვორდი. რაღაცნაირი ის აქვს და დამეზარა შეცვლა და აბა ვნახოთ. მოიცა რა თქინდა ჩემი როუტერი?
ეგ ჭირდება რა შეხვიდე იმ საიტს. პრინციპში მოიცა დაიგინდა რაუტერი სხვანაირად შეგიძლია. ნაკენი იცი ტერმინალი გახსენი?
PowerShell.
ხან ნებისმიერ. და ჩაწერე აი ეს. და ეს მიაწერე ქვემოთ.
ქვემოთ თუ გვერდით?
გვერდი ისე ქვემოთ კომენტარები ხო არის უზემოთ და ქვემოთ სოფიშთან.
რა?
კომენტარები ხო არის უზემოთ, შეიძლება ქვევით მიაწერე.
იმაზე გამიხსნა როგორ ქვია. როგორ ქვია ამას?
რა?
მაინც დავაპატარავ.
მანახება მიკრანი. ამ სტრიმი გამოვაგზავნე.
ხო, მოიცა.
просто ვერ მოვიწმინე და მივწერე მეთქი ეს ბაგი აქვს თქო საიზი.
მიწერე?
არა მეგონა შანსი არ არის რომ გასწერონ იმიტომ რომ რაღაც კვირები მოუნდებიან ალბათ საიტის ახდენაც ხო მოუწევთ მაგრამ მაინც უთხრა.
კაუჩე, აქ მაქვს ჩაგდებული ისინი. ოღონდ ეხა unlisted-ი მაქვს აკეთებული. ეხა უცებ გადავიყვან, მაიცა? სად არის? არხ ვიდეოების მართვა. არა, მოიც გახსნილი ხო მქონდა სადღაც, მაიცა? საჯანდაბაშია.
iPhone-ს ვეიღე მიკროფონისტი.
შენ საიდან გაქვს მაგის ლინკები?
შენ ჩანელზე გადიხარ მან დალე.
მაიცა.
და იქ დაყანებული ვიდეო მან.
ხო ვიცი, მე დავაყენე სხვათა
რა სიმპათიური ხარ რა.
კაი რა. მაიცა.
მიჯორი თვერქენი გაგიჟდი?
ხო. აი. ისა დამატებული მაქვს. მაგრამ იქ რატო არ აგდებს? სტრიმზე არ ხარ ახლა, ხო?
სტრიმზე? სტრიმს ვერ ნახო.
მაიცა გაშვებული ხო არ დავკარგე აი პირდაპირ სტრიმი გამოვქვეყნებელი გადის პარამეტრები კაი მაშინ საჯაროზე გადავიყვან და ნახავ რა ვაფშე ჩვეულებრივ ეხლა შეგიძლია
ნახე ოკეი კენი რაც გითხარ
ჰა
კენი რაც გითხარი
ის კოდი
ხო
ხო აბა ისა ეს გამიხსნა ესე
ვერ გავიგე
ჰოსტი გამიხსნა და ისინი რაღაცეები რავი ეს კოდში
ხო და რაც გითხარი ეს ჩაწერე მან
რომელში ჰოსტში ჰა
ეგენია ხო მან ჩაწერე რაც გამიგიხსნა
მეორე ხო
მეორე არა ერთად უნდა ჩაწერე ანუ აი ამაზე გეუბნები ეს ერთად ჩაწერე ხო ეგრე ეხლა დაასევე
fail to save hosts insufficient permissions
მან retry as admin იქნება
აჰა აგვიანებს არა სტრიმი
სტრიმი ხო აგვიანებს ეგა ეხლა შეგიძლია შეხვიდე იმათ საიტზე ნახე აბა მუშაობს თუ არა
objective personality ხო
ხო BTU საიტს რატო აწყობ
იმიტომ რომ HTML და CSS-ი დავამუღამო ჯერ ნახე სად ვარ ჯერ ძალიან ელემენტარულები დავამუღამე რა
ხო მაგდენი მეც არ ვიცი
ჰა
მაგდენი მეც არ ვიცი
აი შევედი მაგრამ გაანახლეს ხო თან საიტი ბოლოს რო ვიყავი ასეთი არ იყო
არა ესეთი იყოს აწე ზემოთ აწე ზემოთ
აუ მაგრა აგვიანებს
ხო ეხლა members-ში გადადი members რო არის
რომელი დაოჭირე
და მე ნატოლფს გაჩვენებს ესეთ
რას მაჩვენებს
აუცა
რას ჩავჭო
wait
okay
თითო members კი არ დააჭერა members mouse-ი მიახლოვე და ჩამოიშალო მე გადადი მან უკვე სამი library არის ერთი beginner series არის და class notes არის სამივე ფანჯარა შეიძლება გახსნა ახლა სამივეში ძალიან თვისli რაღაცები არის მაგრამ ყველაზე კაი არის class note-ში სამივე class note-ში თავიანთ დათაიფებული ისინი აქვს რა ქვია ხალხი და მაგათ ვიდეოებს ყურება შეიძლება როგორ დაათაიფეს რა ძალიან მაგარია ილონ მასკი და საკერბერგი ინეტოყო არის ორივე
რა
წეჩ
ვინა ილონ მასკი
ხო
იან რომელი
აინტიპი
ინეტოპო
ხო
გადაო
ხო უყურე მაგის ვიდეოს ძალიან საინტერესოა
class notes-ში არის ხო?
class notes-ში
ხო, აგე რა უცნაური.
ბიგნერსში მანაც ეს რაღაცები არის. ეხლა celebrities we have typed რო წერია მან მაგას დააჭირე.
ხო.
და მცაკე გვერდზე გადაგიყვანს. და მან უკვე სახელებს რო დააჭერ თითოეული კაცის მან გაჩვენებს იმას რა.
ხო, აი გადავედი ISFP, INFP.
ხო, სახელს დააჭირე და ვიდეოზე გადაგიყვანს.
აი მე მაინტერესებს ილონ მასკი. აიცა. ბიჭო, ეს Jay-Z მუსიკოსი არ არის?
კი.
და INTJ, ხო?
დარი?
INTJ.
ხო. просто NIFI.
ჩემ ვარიანტშია, ხო?
ხო.
ცუდია. ბარაკ ობამა. ES ტიპი? მოიცა, ჯეფ ბეზოსი ISTJ რატომ ეგონა? ვა, რამდენი
მესეგრამება.
ვა, სად არის აი?
ლეგენი იმენა ზუსტი არის, საერთოდ ყველაზე იმენა ზუსტი არის.
სტივ ჯობსიც INTJ-ია?
კი, NIFI.
როგორი?
NIFI.
Personal growth-ისთვის. ცხოვრებაში ერთი ხაზი კოდი არ ქონდა დაწერილი. ეგრე არისო.
Didn't wear my INTJ shirt.
I'm
Ძალიან
surprised
ვიდეო
you
I
did.
just didn't want to look like a weirdo today.
Switch-დან მაგრად ხსნიან.
და მოიცა შენ საიდან, ანუ როგორი გააკეთე ეს? ანუ ეხა
ბიჭო, შევხედე მაგათ ვებსაიტს, რეკვესტებს დავაკვირდი და ეგრევე მოვწვი, რომ ეს შემიძლია რომ გამეკეთებინ.
აუ რა მაგარია.
ტიპები რა შვებიან, იცი? ზოგად ვებსაიტი როგორ ამოწმებს შესული ხარ თუ არა აკაუნტში, იცი? ანუ ამოწმებს
აუთენთიფიკაციაზე იძახ, ხო?
აზე?
აუთენთიფიკაციაზე.
ხო, როგორ აკეთებენ, იცი? როცა შესული ხარ აკაუნტში, გაქვს შენი კუქიები. ან რაღაც ჰედერი გაქვს მიგეთული რა, კუქიებით განისაზღვრება ხოლმე ძირითადად. და ანუ ბექენდი ამოწმებს, ანუ აი მაგალითად პითონი რაღაც ბექენდი რო აქვს, პითონში მოწმდება ეგ რა. ან მაგალითად მოვიდა შენი რეკვესტი, რომ აი ამ адам page-ზე შესვლა მინდა და პითონი წყვიტავს, ეხლა შენ უნდა შეხვიდე თუ არა მაგ ვებსაიტზე რა. ამას როგორ თუ ნახავს რომ მაგალითად კუქიები სწორად გაქვს რა.
ანუ კუქი ემთხვევა წინა იმათან გაწერილ კუქის ალბათ, ხო?
კუქი ემთხვევა დათაბაზაში გაწერილ კუქის.
ხო.
ხო და ამათ როგორ აქვს, იცი? JavaScript-ი აქვს, ანუ იმენა front-end-ში აქვს რა, JavaScript-ი მოდის სხვა საიტიდან დაჟე. თავიანთი საიტიდან არ არის. ხო და სხვა საიტიდან მოდის ეს JavaScript-ი. და ეს რაღაცნაირად ამოწმებს შესული ხარ თუ არა და მე რა ვქენი, საპროსტე გავაჯმევინე მთლიანად იმ ვებსაიტს, დავბლოკე და ანუ JavaScript-ი რო ვეღარ მოდის, ჩაუბრალოდ შედიხარ.
საღო. ძალიან მაგარია. Steve Jobs.
I thought for sure you would be prepared for this class wearing a black turtleneck like per usual.
I know. I'm trying to expand my wardrobe. Going with I don't know what color this is, reddish brown.
I wore my Steve Jobs.
ორი ვიდეო აქვს, ხო?
რა?
ორი ვიდეო აქვს Steve Jobs-ზე.
All right, tell me what you just told her.
ყველაზე ორი ვიდეო აქვს. ბიჭო, თან რომ მივწერე, რა მითხრა, ანუ იმას ველაპარაკებოდი, მაგის ცოლს ველაპარაკებოდი რა და მაგის ცოლმა მითხრა, რომ მე ვარ რა ამ საიტის პროგრამისტი, ასე გამოვლა.
და თვითონ რა ტიპი არის?
თვითონ INTJ. ანუ просто extrovert. ანუ INTJ. INTJ არა, INTJ.
INTJ.
ხო.
ეს როდის გააკეთე, მაშინ რომ მომწერე მაგარი ამბავი მაქვს, ხო?
აჰა.
Beginner series-ში არ შედის. ამახელ ახლა გადავა.
დაარეფრეშო უბრალოდ. მაგარი უცნაური ისაა. Failed to load resource connection refused.
დალში კიდე რაც არის გამიხსნა.
It's მეცალად მიშვებს. თორემ მე მიშვებდა თავიდან.
რა უცნაურია.
რაც სადა იცი, მთავარ page-ზე გადავდი და საპროსტა beginner series დააჭირე. ანუ შუა მაუსით არ დააჭირე, პირდაპირ მაუსით დააჭირე.
Yes.
არა, მაგას ეგონა მიჩი. ჩამოწე
და რა გინდა? გადავიდა.
აა მე გვია მიჩი.
ბიჭო, ხო, აგრა გვიანებს, გოლ ჯობი აქაც გავაზიარ.
ხა მეტი არაფერი მაქვს თქვენი ან სულ გადავი.
აუ რა მაგარი, აუ ჯიგარი ხარ რა. აუ ეს თან მაგრად მინდოდა ამას ხო თავიდან მქონდა ეს რა.
ბიჭო, ხო, ამაც ბევრი კაი მატერიალი აქვს. ილონ მასკის ვიდეოს შევუყურო და რამე სტივ ჯობს მეც უყურებ, მაინტერესებს.
ხო.
გავედი.
კაი, მაგრად ხავა.
Black.
Yeah, you did. That looks very nice on you.
I'm prepared.
You look smarter than me.
What? Can you give me a little insight as to what the black is about? Because I've heard the INTJs talk about the black shirt before.
Gosh. Just the colors draining, visuals draining, choices, options, sensory draining. Trying to find a new shirt. I like this shirt. Well, I don't make them anymore. Dick. Oh, God, that's devastates. So how am I going to find a new one? So it's just, how do I narrow this down? This doesn't even fit right.
Yeah, right.
You know, thank you.
Right, you like the black because I think, yeah, less sensory. It doesn't show up all the, things that you spilled on it today.
Oh, that too. I used to go with white, and then like that didn't last long.
That was a bad decision, because you spill on it, and now
You had no idea, constantly. Just, I don't have time for clothes, bro.
Less sensory, please.
I'm fascinated about how much difference he looks as he's older.
Right?
The people that we type that are the same type as him.
They all look like
They look like this.
Like...
These little like pencil mustaches.
We look like this.
The black, they look so much like this.
Yeah, and oddly enough, the guys in his doc all have random moles on their face.
Right.
Like unique random moles. I don't know if you
Right. It's a very big trait that comes up.
You're just like, what?
You're like, what nationality are you? Like, do you have some of like Asian in you or
That's
Indian
true.
or whatever? Like, oh
right.
no, I'm just British.
I'm just a white.
You're like, what?
I always said that about you. Oddly, I always thought you were like some kind of like Middle Eastern-ish.
Right.
You're like, no, I'm just a white guy.
Yeah, Persian, right?
Persian. That's what I kept calling you. I kept calling
Like
you
I was
Persian.
half Persian or something.
Yeah. And you're like, no. I'm like, okay, what about your mom? You're like, actually, my mom has like red hair
My
and
brothers
my brothers
have
have red hair. I'm like, no.
I know.
No.
I know. It's weird. I don't look like the nationality that I am.
Yeah.
At least when I was younger, I was more tan, had darker hair.
Yeah, and you have like, red-haired, white, pale white skin brothers.
It's very interesting how your type / your genetic type can kind of push through your cultural type.
We've used Steve in our own personal business lives so much. I remember at one point in time, Dave actually transcribed the entire keynote of the iPhone. Was it the first iPhone?
Yeah, the 2007 one or whatever.
There
were a lot of internet marketers and all sorts of marketers at the time as well. I was just one of them that were taking apart that speech going, this guy has hit marketing gold of the way that he had structured this iconic first iPhone speech. And then if you follow up his other speeches with the iPads and stuff, it started to kind of drop off. He kind of just tried to stick to the same pattern and didn't really know what he was doing a little bit. But there was a whole lot of different sales and marketing things going on with that first speech. It was genius.
And by the way, did he do it off the cuff?
No, he had rehearsed it and planned it. Oh, here you go. You got me giving away coins here.
The thing is, there are so many parts of Steve Jobs that are obvious. When you go to the binary coins, you could just ask yourself from knowing, you've heard hundreds of people talk about Steve Jobs' story. So it's not that his life hasn't been very public, but let's talk about it. Like, what is the obvious thing that somebody would tell you who is in Steve Jobs' life? Does the guy plan and prepare? A lot of people say he has NE, and
that is true. A lot of people say
there might be a case for that. You can check the sensory on the internet. Jordan Peterson is a good example, and we see this at scale. There's your evil genius right there. He's like, "I'm coming for you, fuckers.
I know.
I'm coming for you. I'm better than you. I see where this is going." Jordan Peterson talks about how in his speeches, because he's traveling around the world right now, going to different conferences and stuff, and like he says that he'll start with a problem, TI, an idea, TI, and then want to work out the problem live as he goes.
Live!
We in the moment. And then he also says, I go and I speak at a different place every weekend, a couple times a week, and every single time it's different. It's different.
I want it to be different because that's how I get the inspiration.
Right.
Does Steve Jobs like the chaos of new?
He'll throw a mouse at your head. You said you had clips of him like having tantrums of like throwing devices, and you're like, it's so cringy, I can't even put it in.
It was too negative because it was too like, ow, dude.
Did it strike a little too close to home?
That's probably why.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Your FI's like,
trauma.
This is what
he threw a camera at, like, I've had a camera thrown at me. Literally.
Any device like an unplug quickly is getting thrown. If I can't figure out how to unplug it, I'll just smash it.
Yeah, that's definitely why I probably left it out. Yeah, it was a little too intense.
Wife Beto, what was his name?
Jack Wife Beto.
Rick Beto.
Rick Beto.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was definitely getting that isms when I was going through here. I was like, oh, look at that. Is this intuition first or sensing first? So is it the abstract leaps are priority and then the physical reality is secondary? Or is it the physical reality is priority and then the abstract leaping is secondary?
That's simple enough. Great.
All right, let's take a look.
And the problem is that market research can tell you what your customers think of something you show them. Or it can tell you what your customers want as an incremental improvement on what you have. But very rarely can your customers predict something that they don't even quite know they want yet. As an example, no market research could have led to the development of the Macintosh or the personal computer in the first place. So there are these sort of non-incremental jumps that need to take place where it's very difficult for market research to really contribute much in the early phases of the thinking about how, what those should be. However, once you have made that jump, possibly before the product's on the market or even after, is a great time to go check your instincts with the marketplace and verify that you're on the right track. And usually when you show people something, they'll say, oh my God, this is fantastic, or give you some feedback along those lines.
Check your instincts with the market.
Yes.
Check your intuitions with the facts.
Yes, right.
Really good.
First, you have to be able to make a leap. Otherwise, the Macintosh computer would have never made it to market. I had to produce something that didn't prior exist.
Right. I had no facts to back it up. It's all imagination.
No.
It's all where I'm seeing it's going.
Yes. A lot of people will say like, okay, Steve, well, how do you know? Do you pull in data? And a lot of people have bashed Steve in the past because he notoriously didn't test his stuff. This is just a hint. That's what we say when we're talking about what's coming first. So is he first going and pulling the what? I want to know the what is already out there. Maybe I'll make it a little bit better. Maybe I'll take what is out there and make it a little bit better.
He's trying to shoot a missile with a rocket. He's trying to see what's coming.
Yeah.
He's trying to hit it before it gets there.
Right, because in Steve's mind, if he is intuition dominant, he's going, there should be something that exists that covers these kinds of ailments. Something should exist in this arena, somewhere fuzzy over here, abstract over here, and I can make my way to that.
And by the way, everybody has that. Everybody does that.
Yes.
So you're probably relating to, well, I do that. Yes, you do. We've seen every single person we've ever talked to have that ability. The thing to look for is the savior demon state. Are you wrecking your life because you won't get out of that gear?
Right.
Is the laundry not getting done? Are the kids not getting fed? Are you not leaving the house because you are constantly on the whiteboard designing this future thing around the clock year after year, and your friends describe you as a weirdo that won't engage? Is that what's going on? Like, no, I'm good. I don't have intuition first. I love doing that, like poisoning the well. Oh, you want intuition first, huh? Okay, here's what it looks like. They're like, no, I'm good.
You're talking about something that doesn't exist to the point of insanity. All right, so that is just the intuition versus sensing. We're going to kind of go over a lot of his same parts here. So let's take a look at what's coming next. Okay, so I'm going to answer the question, is this NE or is this NI? Okay, so when he gets kind of, he gets insulted here by the tribe, which there's some other interesting points that you'll see. He's in a conference with a bunch of developers. A guy calls him out. He's been at his company Next. He just came back to Apple. So he's with the developers. Some guy's going to bite him. And they're all vying for this one program called OpenDoc. It was a program that, literally Apple had to shoot in the head. And they just kept bringing it up. People in the audience kept bringing it up. Great. What is Steve Jobs' answer going to be? Is it going to be, you know what, we should keep OpenDoc. We need that one. We need it to go with us into the next, more new programs. Or is his answer going to be more of a narrowing down control?
Don't bother me, bro.
Yes.
Mr. Jobs, you're a bright and influential man.
Here it comes.
It's sad and clear that on several counts you've discussed, you don't know what you're talking about. I would like, for example, for you to express in clear terms how, say, Java, in any of its incarnations, addresses the ideas embodied in OpenDoc. And when you're finished with that, perhaps you could tell us what you personally have been doing for the last 7 years.
You can please some of the people some of the time, but one of the hardest things when you're trying to affect change is that people like this gentleman are right in some areas. I'm sure that there are some things OpenDoc does, probably even more that I'm not familiar with, that nothing else out there does. The hardest thing is, how does that fit in to a cohesive, larger vision that's going to allow you to sell $8 billion, $10 billion of product a year? And so we had to decide what are the fundamental directions we're going in and what makes sense and what doesn't. And there were a bunch of things that didn't. And microcosmically, they might have made sense. Macrocosmically, they made no sense. And the hardest thing is, when you think about focusing, right? You think, well, focusing is saying yes, no. Focusing is about saying no. Focusing is about saying no. And you've got to say no, no, no. And when you say no, you piss off people. And they go talk to the San Jose Mercury, and they write a shitty article about you. And it's really a pisser. There'll be stories like that come and go, but focus is about saying no. And the result of that focus is going to be some really great products where the total is much greater than the sum of the parts. Here's my problem.
I know. I would watch that clip again and again and again. The reality is, like, this is our lives and our business, the thing that we talk about every day. Like, I remember when I first came here and got to know you, I thought your talk was so unique. And then I would go and I would listen to like Tim Ferriss or Steve, and I'm like, did you just copy them?
I know, I used to say that, yeah.
I used to think that you would just copy them and just say what they're saying. You're like, no. This is how we all talk. And I'm like, yeah, but it's like you're saying the exact same things.
For the same reasons, the same why, seeing the same stuff coming. I know. Right. It's weird to watch.
How does this work in our business? I mean, like,
just all day long. Like, remember the first few months that we started business, we got emails after emails, especially from young, excited INTJ kids with all these amazing, great ideas. Hey, do this. I'm just sitting here, no. It's like, hey, we've got to build, we've got to focus, we've got to be able to look at something that is going to pay off in the long run for more people at larger scale. If you're constantly cashing in the moment, because Johnny Weirdo Pants here in the audience says, well, I want my job at this, that, and the other thing. Yeah. And if you give him yes, you then don't realize that you just collapsed all these possibilities in the future. Because you went down this road and not that road. And this road was a dead end, but you didn't look that far. You didn't see where this is going. Why am I being laughed at? Did I slip into this is real for a second there?
Like, listen to, like, this class is going to be a lesson on the language of NI. So it's like you were saying in the last one, it's like, it's control, like less is more, control and abstract. So it naturally goes, I can only choose one or two of these, maybe two paths that are going to go all the way. You guys live out in this direction, narrowing it, abstract, going all the way. Future. I can't be responsible for...
It's that waterway image that you had with the NE where it's looking everywhere. And the NI is like, I got to pick one of these. So I got to see which one is the right one. I got to go all in. At times when that river dries up, I got to dig it out and keep it moving.
Right. Yep, that's the NI I know.
Yeah.
All right, very cool.
And then last side note too, like you see him with the frustration of holding up the chair, like the tribe is the enemy.
Oh, yeah.
The tribe is the enemy, as well as the guy's like, hey, could you be ST clear on this? And he's just like, I want to hit you with the chair with this. I want to block this with the chair. I feel threatened.
Yes.
That is one thing, by the way, just to not make fun of myself for 5 seconds.
Yeah.
I've had to train myself that when people are asking for ST clarity, that I'm training myself to go, okay, this is an area of growth where I need to encourage, because I used to be very, very much like this. I'm sure I still am in large degree, but I'm trying to become more aware of like, the ST is offering the clarity to complete the puzzle.
Yeah, right.
You can tell the guy no all day long because you know what you're doing and he doesn't.
Yeah.
But like, do give people the ST clarity of like, what are these terms that you're saying? Please define them more clearly. And it's very hard to do it, but it's like, that's the right thing to do. I do got to make more clarity on this.
Great. Let's kind of go and do another clip.
What's with the patches on the pants? This is
okay, so 90s.
This is what happens when you take a try at fashion as an INTJ.
I don't think it was fashion already. Why would you do that?
A cell phone holder or something like that?
No.
Or fix it myself?
That. How many times, like, yes, Dave Powers has hot glued his pants before.
Hot glue works really good.
Oh my God.
Because when you accidentally spill it on your shirt, try and get it off. And it gets you thinking, if I did it on purpose, I could make these pants last another couple of years.
It would just be my guess. Maybe it was an art statement. I kind of doubt it.
Maybe he literally just like soldered it on in his workroom one night.
And he was like, I could get away with this.
I slept artistic. In these. I got a presentation in the morning. Let's get this over with.
May or may not be a low SE trick there. I know. Just, okay. All right. So let's
there's more.
Yes. I rage at physical things that cause me chaos.
How could you not?
Now, everybody's going to relate to that. Everybody rages at physical things that cause them chaos, no matter what type you are.
Is it your number one frustration in the world? You know, your mom hates you and your dad is dying, and that's not your number one problem in life. It's that you got to get on an airplane to go see them, and they're jerking you around with the tickets. That is your number one fear in life.
Right, exactly. Like you that example you gave earlier of like, do you literally burn down everyone in your life over this thing? Like, no, my whole business is around screw the SE chaos.
Right.
All right.
My problem is, to me, the high order bit is connectivity. Right? The high order bit is being in touch, connected to a network. That's why I bought the Envoy, had a cellular modem in it. And I don't think the world's about keeping my life on this little thing, and IRing it into my computer when I get back to my base station. I think that to me, what I want is this little thing I carry around with me. It's got a keyboard on it, because if you do email, you need a keyboard until you perfect speech recognition. You need a keyboard. You don't sit there and write stuff. You need a keyboard. And you need to be connected to the net. So if somebody would just make a little thing where you're connected to the net at all times, and you got a little keyboard like an eMate with a modem in it, I'd love to buy one. But I don't see one of those out there. And I don't care what OS it has in it. So, I don't want a little scribble thing. But that's just me. That's just me.
I don't care. I don't want. He's aware of his values, what he loves.
That's very interesting. Yeah. All right, so what is he talking about with connectivity? Connectivity. Get this little,
right.
I want to go to a computer and connect. I want to go to this computer and connect. I want it all to be connected. That's what the internet, is to Steve. I want it all to be connected, and I don't want to have to fight the stylus. That was his big, giant screw you to Macintosh. You guys are doing everything wrong because you're adding in more sensory. Right. Anytime you have more sensory, like literal physical keys on a keyboard on the phone, you're doing it wrong.
Right.
And the goal for Steve Jobs in all of his product is get more sensory out of my face.
Comes out with a phone with one button.
Yeah.
In the age of phones that were adding more buttons was the trend.
More, yeah.
Eliminating,
Eliminating and narrowing down and getting annoyed at the physical universe.
The way we've succeeded is by choosing what horses to ride really carefully, technically. We try to look for these technical vectors that have a future and that are headed up. And, technology, different pieces of technology kind of go in cycles. They have their springs and summers and autumns, and then they, go to the graveyard of technology. And so we try to pick things that are in their springs. And if you choose wisely, you can save yourself an enormous amount of work versus trying to do everything. And you can really put energy into making those new emerging technologies be great on your platform, rather than just okay because you're spreading yourself too thin. And sometimes when we get rid of things like the floppy disk drive on the original iMac, people call us crazy.
Or at least premature, maybe.
No, they call us crazy.
Oh, okay.
And sometimes you just have to pick the things that look like they're going to be the right horses to ride going forward. And Flash looks like a technology that had its day, but is waning. And HTML5 looks like the technology that's really on the ascendancy right now.
Wow.
So it's back to that analogy of that you came up with the visuals of the water flows.
Right.
Of the, he's just basically saying, look, there's a lot of different ways to flow to the ocean, and you've got to be able to figure out and pick which one of these rivers is the one to bet all your horses on.
He used a beautiful analogy.
Use an analogy again.
Yes. Use the other guy. The other guy annoys us to hell. He's probably a great guy, but he plays, I don't know what type he is, technically. He plays the OE role.
Yeah, like the NETI.
Yes.
What about this thing?
Yes.
Explain this to me.
I can't prove it, but oh my God.
Yeah. Plays that archetype.
He plays the archetype of NETI, and he is constantly bitching at Steve for, don't you think it was a little too controlling that you just cut it off? Don't you think this was a little too controlling that you stopped this? Don't you think it's controlling that you took away this program? You're responsible. And what is he telling Steve to be responsible for? Is he telling Steve to be responsible for, you're kind of going too crazy and adding too many new programs.
Who's playing what role here? Yeah.
They work really well together.
Right.
They do. Steve loves doing interviews with this guy. He did it throughout his whole life.
Yeah.
And why? It's that guy is the anti of what Steve is constantly doing.
If you have NI with FI or NI with TI, you're going to be seeing that a little bit more because it's not getting distracted by the extroverted decider, the TE or the FE. Wow. I have NI, but I want to spread it out to everybody.
Right.
It's no, I have NI for me on my path. Get out the way.
All right, really great. All right, we'll take a break and then we'll come back and we'll do a couple more clips and talk about it.
All right.
It should be dreading for you. Me on the break.
I don't want to say it. What a just God damn it. Just using this stuff, for me, watching somebody like Steve Jobs and the Alibaba guy, Jack Ma, and a lot of different people that are my same or similar type, it's I'll use this stuff obsessively for all right, what am I going to do to my diet? that's going to screw me up.
Yeah.
I got to be careful because I watch a lot of people of my same or similar type really screw themselves up with diet. With,
sensory weird something or other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Health, diet, relationships. Like I've never had a wonder if I'm going to build something amazing in my life. That always just kind of feels like a given to me. But it's like, then what do I do in the third and fourth quarter? Because everybody of my same and similar type, they tend to do very well by midlife, and then it just starts coming off the rails. Their health deteriorates, their relationships, their business, because all of that void of the ST or whatever, insert your own demons here, just comes to pay.
Right.
You know? And so it's like one thing I was saying at the break is just how thankful I am for you about how much I love you and I need you. Like I need the ST, I need the EJ, I need that other perspective, because my greatest fear is literally myself. My greatest fear is what I will do to myself in the second half of life when my tidal waves come for payment.
Right. That is so good because obviously NI is so powerful.
Sure.
But then like the balance, like this guy has taken 1 or 2 horses all the way to the future. First of all, that means that you're sacrificing a lot in the day.
Right.
You're sacrificing so much in the surroundings.
Yeah, you read the thing this morning before we got up, just like his last letter before he died, about how he just had regrets and...
His last words were of regret. One of the things that Gary Vee talks about, where you're like, don't let your life be about regret. And so I hope you know that was the thing that I was...
I gotta tell you, this is for every type. This is. So use the math on this type and insert your own life here.
Right.
But like, I consistently tell people when I talk to them on the phone or the video typing, like, if you're a young person and you're having basically a midlife crisis type of moment, which you kind of have in your early 20s, if you're doing it right, you should be stressed in your 20s and you should be stressed in your late 30s and 40s because you're starting to see, wait a minute, if I stay on this path, this doesn't end good.
Right.
And it's like the people that are in that negative, stressful, what am I doing with my life state, that is where you want to be.
That's so positive.
The earlier, the better.
Mm-hmm.
And really actually seek after getting the answers for those, the sooner the better. So as a young person, you go, wait a minute, I naturally want to run my life off like every other type does, and I want to go all in on this and this, and here's where I can now see that it leads, because I'm actually watching other people.
Right.
And I can make a choice that I don't want to get swept up by that.
Right.
Different people.
Okay, so by the way, let me just back that up again. Again, this guy was harping on him and not letting go because he was cutting out some things, and specifically Flash. And therefore, some videos on the internet were going to be black because his iPad was not allowing Flash. And this was really bothering him. And he's like, but some people are going to say,
right.
You know, now he's not necessarily a single decider. It's just he's upset about this one thing.
Right.
And the people are going to say that, you know, the iPad's not valuable because it doesn't have this extra feature.
Right.
So
What people say, you know, the iPad is crippled in this respect.
Well, I'd say 2 things. Number one, things are packages of emphasis. Some things are emphasized in a product, some things are not done as well in a product, some things are chosen not to be done at all in a product. And so different people make different choices. And if the market tells us we're making the wrong choices, we listen to the market. We're just people running this company. We're trying to make great products for people. And so we have at least the courage of our convictions to say, we don't think this is part of what makes a great product. We're going to leave it out. Some people are going to not like that. They're going to call us names. It's not going to be in certain companies' vested interests that we do that, but we're going to take the heat because we want to make the best product in the world for customers. And we're going to instead focus our energy on these technologies, which we think are in their ascendancy, and we think are going to be the right technologies for customers. And you know what? They're paying us to make those choices. That's what a lot of customers pay us to do, is to try to make the best products we can. And if we succeed, they'll buy them. And if we don't, they won't. And it'll all work itself out.
It'll all work itself out. That's so great. So one thing I'm seeing too is like, he's talking about packages. You know, he's talking about the categories of things, but he's continuing to emphasize over and over again on the value. He's like, yeah, your thing, your logic, your tool, it's the best. I get it. It's great. It's the correct, right way to do it. I'm not obsessing over the T. I'm obsessing over, what do I love? What does my buddies love? And ultimately, what does the market love?
Right.
What do they value? That's, if you go back and watch that over, that is F. F is the savior decider. It's got plenty of T, obviously.
Yep.
But he's going, look, you weirdos, you got to know what do people actually like. That's where Gary Vee is really, really good.
Oh, yeah.
Because he's just tracking, what do people like? What do they like? What do they like? Who cares if it works the best or not? If this is what everybody likes, then go with that.
Right. And he's also like, what is he also emphasizing? So if this is a double deciding moment, if he's going back and forth on people versus things, like, observing, oh my God, the people is scary and I don't want to upset anybody. He's like, look, tribe wants this, we do this, it's okay, people are going to like it, people are not going to like it, we are movable there, right? That's where he's kind of sharing. Where would you say he's leaning towards? What is he leaning on? Is he leaning on, literally is saying, the people pay us to make our decisions, and we stick with our decisions, therefore we can make the right decision going forward.
What do people say? The iPad is crippled in this respect.
Well, I'd say two things. Number one, things are packages of emphasis. Some things are emphasized in a product, some things are not done as well in a product, some things are chosen not to be done at all in a product. And so different people make different choices. And if the market tells us we're making the wrong choices, we listen to the market. We're just people running this company.
Listen to the tribe.
We're trying to make great products for people. And so we have at least the courage of our convictions to say, we don't think this is part of what makes a great product. We're going to leave it out.
DI.
Some people are going to not like that. They're going to call us names. It's not going to be in certain companies' vested interests that we do that, but we're going to take the heat because we want to make the best product in the world for customers. And we're going to instead focus our energy on these technologies, which we think are in their ascendancy, and we think are going to be the right technologies for customers. And you know what? They're paying us to make those choices. That's what a lot of customers pay us to do, is to try to make the best products we can. And if we succeed, they'll buy them. And if we don't, they won't.
Right.
And it'll all work itself out.
It'll work itself out. And by the way, he's right here. Like, if you keep coming out to the tribe and wanting to please the tribe and give them the rule over your business, you will never, ever make it anywhere. You do have to have an incredibly focused and internal decision on where you are able to make it, because therefore the tribe can rely on your plan and can rely on this guy is consistent. The way we talk about In and Out is it's a very sleep-oriented business.
Narrowed down, consistent, doesn't care if you like it or not. Take it or leave it.
Is not constantly going, what new thing can we add to the menu?
Well, 100 people voted and they all want hot dogs, so we're going to do hot dogs.
The people told us they like this, therefore we have to change our internal brand.
I remember in the RC business for a number of years experimenting with that, where we were at first, when we first started, we were doing good. We were very self-driven. And then as we were trying to figure out different things, we started to take polls and do what people wanted and take requests. And we started doing and answering what everybody else wanted to do for a couple of years and kind of step back and watch how that resulted. You get plenty of short-term gains.
Yes.
Because everybody says they want a new colored iPhone. So Tim Cook says, let's do it.
Yeah.
And your sales go up, and then they go straight down because now they don't respect you.
Yes.
Because you're not making the decisions, you're not leading. And so it's a thing you gotta take people's advice, but as a business owner, you gotta go a little bit more on the side of like, all right, what's the direction we want to go here?
Right. One thing that I absolutely love about Apple, or have loved about Apple, I would say, the Steve Jobs era of Apple, was that it was an extremely consistent brand. He gets the idea of, look, there's plenty of other companies out there, and I won't be responsible for all the things that the market needs. I'm okay with taking my market share with what I can produce, with what I want to produce on the market. That's the correct way to do business. If you come out to the tribe and you're doing the DE game, you're now just telling the tribe, I am no business. I am whatever everyone wants me to be. Therefore, you can never rely on me to stay consistent through all the paths. What is the reality? And Steve happened to be right most of the time when it came to these things of like, guys, Apple doesn't have the resources to just spend on every single thing that you want. I liked that program.
Yeah.
I know. But if you could follow me to the future, that program would take us off a cliff. And he had the visionary vision to see that. He was looking always at that. And well, along those lines, let's see where does Steve double down on his saviors? And is he value driven at his core, or is he idea driven at his core? When problems arise, does he go, you know what? I need to go with my demons, or does he double down on his saviors? Let's play one more clip.
This is probably a bad example, but I'm going to use it. When this whole thing with Gizmodo happened, I got a lot of advice from people that said, you've got to just let it slide. You can't, you shouldn't go after a journalist because they bought stolen property. and they try to extort you. You should let it slide. Apple's a big company now. You don't want the PR. You should let it slide. And I thought deeply about this, and I ended up concluding that the worst thing that could possibly happen as we get big and we get a little more influence in the world is if we change our core values and start letting it slide. I can't do that. I'd rather quit. We have the same values now as we had then. We're maybe a little more experienced, certainly more beat up, but the core values are the same. And we come into work wanting to do the same thing today as we did 5 or 10 years ago, which is build the best products for people. You know, there's nothing that makes my day more than getting an email from some random person in the universe who just bought an iPad over in the UK and tells me the story about how it's the coolest product they've ever brought home, you know, in their lives. That's what keeps me going.
So core convictions there.
Yeah, core values, core convictions. And by the way, I don't want it to change because change is scary. And is it the right thing to do to actually double down, go after them? Maybe, you know, maybe it sends a message, but like, again, be careful.
The tribe is telling him, hey, objectively from the outside, we all universally vote. Whether we're right or wrong, we're all kind of saying the same thing.
Right.
You should probably let this go. This is how it works on the outside world.
He's
like,
even communicating. The tribe said to do this. They told me what to do.
And the 10-to-1 voting ratio of my one vote overpowers 10 other people. The DE is I take the average of 10 people and I do what they say. Mm-hmm. And the DI is it takes 10 people to
wrestle me down. And sometimes I'll still say screw you.
Right. And S for screw you, S for savior.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Intuition, feeling. And so it's interesting because it's like, as much as he's a logical guy and all that,
very logical.
It's like he's continuing to make his decisions first by the priorities, by the values, what's important, what do people like, what do they don't like, what do I like, what do I not like.
Yeah.
And so it is
value
like,
driven. It's hard to see that one.
You'll see an NF, like say the Infinite Waters guy, you know, like
yeah, that's a very obvious version, huh?
So you get like a hippie NF that's really playing the thing. It's hard, but there's a spectrum to all of it. So it's like technically he's a hippie, even though he's in the tech world.
Right.
You know, he's not an NT.
Which you know more about him.
He fights with the NTs.
He does.
He fights them.
Which outwardly he fights them, and then you go to his house and he's got art and, you know, walks around barefoot.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously those are super anecdotal.
That's true. He's very hippie in his real life.
So much so. He's way about art. His you know, college classes that he, by the way, left college, which I think is hilarious. And then he came in and started taking the courses that he wanted to take. He took calligraphy, you know, the artsy side of it, because he wanted to do that. He wanted to do that, didn't want to do what the tribe told him to do.
Now, I was also seeing right at the door a lot of Blast.
A lot of Blast.
I would have him as Blast second.
Yeah.
Do you have him as Blast second?
I have him as Blast second.
Okay.
A lot of Blast. Savior Blast.
And then...
has a story keyed up for just, oh my god, everything.
I didn't see a whole lot of consume or play.
Not in these clips. You can't tell. And that's definitely not one I'm going to prove today, but you'd have to ask, is he info dominant or energy dominant?
He has a really hard time with the tribe. We would have to do the thing where we type out both things and we type in, you know, on the
one that is sleep, blast,
and see where the double activated is hitting.
Yeah.
If he sleep, blast, consume, he's doubly activated on his saviors, which is NI and FI. Okay. And what's the other option if he had
the other
sleep,
option?
blast, play?
He would be doubling up on TE.
I would guess that he's probably more sleep, blast, consume.
That's my guess. I can't prove that he's consumed.
The extroverted decider is masculine. The TE is masculine, and what you really can see a lot of is the feminine FI. I get upset. I get bitchy. My emotions get moved.
There were quite
feminine FI.
There were quite a few really good clips that I didn't include. There's just tons of good clips of Steve Jobs. There was a few that literally talked about, he was telling you, I love arguing ideas with the tribe. That is how I like to get information out. I argue ideas with the tribe, and then what he does is if he doesn't like something, he tantrums. And that's how he describes it. That's how all of the people around him describe it. I remember one lady that was like a CEO of PepsiCo or whatever. She was like, you know, the one thing I learned from Steve Jobs is he told me to tantrum and show show my emotions that I don't like something if it doesn't please me. And like Steve Jobs' team knew that if he didn't like something, he would cry. He would literally cry and tantrum.
Feminine FI.
Yes.
It's very interesting. Feminine FI and FE are very kind of similar in the sense that they're very movable.
Very movable, yeah. Yeah, one of the guys that was talking was literally talking how Steve, like, they would go on walks, and then Steve would just cry about something. He's like, I don't know what. He's like, it was sometimes this, it was sometimes about this, and then he would cry because it would just, something would be beautiful, and he would just cry and all this.
I see that with my double masculine counterparts.
Yeah.
The IJs that are double masculine are for the feminine FI.
Yeah.
And like, just as a guy, you're like, you laugh every time I do this. I'm like, I could beat that guy up. Or like, look out for that guy, he can beat me up. Like, what are you doing in your head? Like,
I know, I'm like, is this
having
what all
imaginary
guys do?
fights with guys? I'm like, yeah.
Is that masculine SE? Or is it just a guy thing?
I think it's more of a guy thing.
I don't see that in the feminine sensory guys. They don't size other guys up like, I could beat you up.
It's so like teenager. Like, when a guy looks at a girl, he's
where's
thinking,
your SE?
He's thinking like X, Y, and Z. Could I, or if you're looking at another guy, you're doing these quick like animalistic size ups.
Sure.
We all do in high school. I don't think anybody ever fully outgrows that. I'm just aware that that's. I'm confident enough to be like, yeah, but like with when I'm sizing up the double masculines, right? Like Leon, right?
I know,
like
right?
Leon,
the first thing you two idiots are like, look at his guns, look at his muscles.
We're like touching each other. Touching it like, man, how long are you working?
Your muscles are better than my muscles. I like your
So yeah, like with Leon, right? I'm sizing like, wow, this guy's really good looking. He's really well built. He's young. He's fast. He could probably, if he's done some wrestling,
he could probably jump over a fence faster and higher than me.
I could probably take him on stand up, But then I'm like, all right, here's where I can really get him. I can get him on that FI. I can make him cry. I can just really insult his identity. I can get him to cry like a little girl. And I can crush him. Hey, want to have a burger? This is all happening really fast.
Oh my god. This is how we use this information in real life. I will crush you.
Yeah. So yeah, if you want to take out Steve Jobs or somebody like him, you would hit that feminine FI. Yeah, because you would just, the whole deck of cards would collapse.
Crumble. Yeah.
Because his identity, his emotions, his value state, you got him crying in front of everyone. You're like, all right, I got him. And you can walk out of there.
Doesn't Kevin O'Leary have a great story about Steve Jobs when he went to like pitch something to him and like Steve Jobs had an absolute fit, but like Kevin O'Leary with masculine FI was like, I just went in and pitched a thing and I told him my price and Steve Jobs threw an absolute tantrum and told me to get out.
That's right.
And then Kevin O'Leary.
And then called me back.
And then I think he said something like, I don't know if this is how.
He called me back, tantruming.
Did he like call out the window or something?
Yeah.
Like call out the window. I was like, all right, I'll take your prize,
I'll take your order, but you're a horrible, stupid person and I hate you. And he's like, all right, whatever. Yeah, something like that. Just these folklore stories that you hear of people that met people that knew Steve Jobs.
Yes.
Growing up in the Bay Area, like the house I grew up in is probably, 3 or 4 miles away from his famous Los Altos house.
Right, you probably rode your bike.
It was off to the side a little bit. It was over by Loyal Corners, over by Matt Fondelson's house. But
okay.
No, I didn't ride by it, but it was
Fondelson, which is not his real last name.
It was right by my parents' house in that area. So like, I remember growing up in Silicon Valley, like a lot of my friends' dads would either know him or meet him or whatever.
And tell notorious stories.
Yeah, just like, oh yeah, Steve Jobs in real life, he's a real, like Jeff's dad. Like, oh yeah, he's a real asshole in real life. He's a real horrible person. I've heard that my whole life growing up.
Right. Right.
So that's Steve there on the left, and then that would be me.
Yeah, that's you and Leon, which is kind of funny that you're like you're like comparing to a double masculine you.
I know,
Leon.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll come over here. That literally gives you sleep first, which, oh my god, just sleep.
Yeah, a lot of energy preservation.
Mm-hmm.
So sleep first. We've got play last on the stack there.
Yeah. And then
blast.
he literally goes all the way down.
Okay.
Yeah.
So save your 1 sleep animal, save your 2 blast animal, activated consume, technically a demon, and then demon play. So yeah, straight down the line. And then his activated demon function would be TE, because it's going to be the blast is coming over.
Yeah.
See the blast where the arrows here is hitting the NI and the TE?
Yeah, that's why it's activated. It's jumping back over. So the second animal always activates a third function.
Because it's coming back over, pinging off of 2.
Right.
Just according to how we lay this out.
Yeah, it's just we're these are the energy that we notice that people are using.
So same problems as me as far as like double demon SE.
Mm-hmm.
Not all INTJs are like that. They're not all double downing on that lower daemon.
Right.
So
Whenever you have the sleep in the
you
balls.
get the classic INTJ freak out fits from somebody like this.
Yeah. And this, oh my God, this is where that like just, I will literally throw a camera at your head. Like that's what energy that is. It's demon and it's demon sensory, it's demon chaos.
So you get that.
And it's masculine. It's just a, like, I literally want to take it and just throw it.
You get that Hulk syndrome again, where
Yes.
double feminine saviors,
Yes.
then double masculine demons.
Yes.
And the double masculine demons are the sexual functions, the extroverted.
What was so important to him?
Apple was the best thing that could have ever happened to me. The heaviness of being
All right, this is going to be the first and most important class. Of all of our classes. Hopefully this is the first video you're watching, the objective versus subjective.
Right.
You know, the objective method, pseudoscience versus science. This is like a conversion, a religious conversion.
Yeah.
We're all born with the stock, subjective, anecdotal, pseudoscience type mindset. It's just the way that we're all wired as humans.
Yeah.
And it does take some time. Sometimes people go through it in college or whatever, where you're having this conversion over to the scientific method.
Yeah.
It doesn't come from just reading it, understand, yeah, I got it. You'll see people in the forums and in the personality community that are like, yeah, I got it. But then they continue to leave just a train wreck of anecdotes. And this is true to me because it resonates to me.
Right.
It works for me. It makes
Right.
sense to me. They have no numbers. They have no experiment.
Right.
They have no outside objective tracking. It's just them convincing themselves in their head that what they see is right, which it may be.
Yeah.
And then they have no other tool other than to just argue with everyone else that they're right. That may win you over on the Facebook community if you're the best arguer in town. But the scientific community is still not going to listen to you. Everyone's going to laugh at you, and the whole thing's going to go nowhere. So there's got to be this conversion to the scientific method.
Yeah, I think we don't realize, because of course you've been listening to the same voice in your head telling you what is true or not true since you're born. So there's this mechanism inside of our mind that is checking reality. It's telling us what is true and what is not true. And what we don't realize is that we're basing things on very shortcut methods, whether it feels good, whether you get an aha, whether it resonates, that one we hear all the time. And we don't have any realization that that isn't actual reality. We're not checking actual reality. We're just letting things come in and going, does this cause pain or does this cause pleasure? So our whole brain set, since you were born, default wiring is going to be, it has to fit in with what makes me feel good or what resonates with me. And it's a completely subjective method. That's how our brains are naturally default wired to work. And the only way that you can start playing an objective game is to have a releasing of that. You have to eliminate that from your mind. And you're going to, once you start listening for it and paying attention to it, you realize how much you're actually doing it all day, checking everything against, does this resonate? Is this real? Does this feel good? And the more you can start seeing that and realizing this is what is setting you up. These are the domino blocks that are setting you up for the reoccurring depression tidal waves that happen every, 7 days, 30 days, whatever your pain body actually is.
Right, really good. Two things that really helped kind of set it in for me is, number one, watching Darren Brown, and on this page is subjective versus objective page. At the top, there's a link to Darren Brown doing a video where he sent groups of people around the world personality profiles, and he made it look like very scientific, like he's writing these very specific personality profiles for these exact people. And they said, wow, this is like 90% right on, this is accurate.
They're
very moved. The same rack of crap we hear everyone in our community saying.
Yeah.
Then he said, haha, I give you all the exact same personality profile. I wrote it in such a way that you would all relate to it.
Right.
That is the biggest force that's going on in our community of personality.
Yeah.
You're looking at FE or NI or SE or this type or that type and going, oh my gosh, this resonates with me. This is me. I relate to it. And everyone else is doing the same thing. And science is on the outside watching this larger picture, laughing their ass off.
Right.
That's the issue. Now, second thing though. Sorry, you got something?
I was just going to say, it's so amazing that it will literally be about the time and place. So like if you happen to be reading a specific Myers-Briggs profile, depending on your mood, depending on the time and place that you're at, it will resonate, it will feel right, it'll feel like you, it'll be like you feel finally understood, you feel finally like somebody gets you.
Right.
And what will be so fascinating is that is what changes. That's how the subjective mind works. It's going off of feelings, emotions in that moment. So changes, it actually moves. So people will retype themselves depending on themselves.
Right. So the first thing is everybody's doing it. Our brain, when you watch a movie, your brain is designed to relate to that character, to go, wow, that's me, I can relate to that. When you read a personality profile, whichever one it is, you're going to go, oh, I relate to that.
Yeah.
So it's a trick. It's a trick in our minds. Now, second thing, that was just kind of opposite of everything I just said, a lot of times it is actually true. you're looking at a write-up on a personality profile or a function, and it is actually your type.
Right.
And it is actually your actual function. Now, let me just pause here. What we've noticed is chances are, it's a 90% chance you are not going to look at your true self and go, that's me, because then you would be seeing all your negatives, so you're not going to do that. We're seeing that's been true out of 100, out of 100 people we've gone through.
98% will type themselves
upside
either
down,
backwards, upside down, some form, some way. They will see what they are weak in as their strength.
So the point is, there's a very small chance in reality, when the numbers are actually tracked, that you will look at a type or a function and it will actually be you. One thing that Darren Brown also helped me see is, like, for example, in the self-healing kind of natural cures kind of community, which I'm very much big into, right? is showing, like, look, just because you take garlic pills and it makes your cold go away every time,
right?
And you've done it 10 times in a row and it's worked 10 times in a row, which was actually true for us. Like, taking large amounts of garlic does get rid of my cold, right? That is subjectively true for me, and it's even trackably true for me. I've done it 10 times in a row, right? But does that mean that's objectively true? Like, when 1,000 other people go through the same set of steps, do they get the same result? That's where the breakdown starts to happen. And that's what science is interested in. They're not interested in what is true for you, whether you're right or wrong, what relates to you, whether you're right or wrong. They're looking at not just you, right? And here's the big thing where it blows everybody away. It's not just about, is this true for you? You are in a data set of 1,000 other people.
Right.
Is this true for the whole? And so now you have a lot of responsibility that not only do you get it right, but the idiot next to you to the left and the right also starts to get it right. So you can build a data set that is trackable and accurate, so therefore science can look at it and go, you have something here.
Right. So
that makes sense?
That's basically the problem. You're setting up the problem that, first of all, natural default, this is in all of us. This is our natural human wiring, okay? And then the second part of that, maybe you accidentally did get it right. Maybe you do have some parts that are actually congruent with reality, or you're even getting results of it, or there might be some pieces of some part of reality that you are hitting and getting some sort of, whether your mind is just paying attention to only the good or not, you're getting some sort of positive feedback from that. But how do you then stop this game? Because if you're playing a subjective game reoccurringly, you're going to cause a lot of those tidal waves like we talked about. There's going to be problems that will come because of this, whether it's non-scale or you yourself are not getting results. The only way to be able to then move into a objective reality where you are forcing yourself to come outside of your mind and get congruent with what is real is you first have to have a conversion. It's literally like almost like a religious experience. It's not just understanding the truth of what is subjective and what is objective. That's very surface.
Repentance, realizing that we're doing it all the time, and that it's a mechanism that's tricking us constantly, and being able to see it.
Deep-rooted. It's a deep-rooted habit, and it's not something that understanding changes. It has to be a continuous pulling out of, okay, don't just go, that makes sense to me, that feels right to you, because oftentimes what is real in reality will feel very off from what resonates to you.
That's what I've been seeing.
Feels awful.
That's what I've been seeing.
Right.
Yeah.
So the only it's like, if I could impart that onto you, it's like that is so real.
My
it's
body
gonna feel
will
backwards.
resist reality. I'll type somebody and be like, this doesn't feel right to me.
It feels weird.
But I'm putting down number 139 out of 512 and it feels horrible.
Right.
And it happens to be the same number you wrote down, which is pointing towards objective consistency, but it doesn't feel right to me. What the hell happened there?
Right, exactly. And then again, like, okay, so now I recognize that I need to have a conversion. I need to see that this is very important and that I'm naturally going to go one way. Okay, how do I get started? This is where you would take the time to define and study one part at a time. You need to be able to come to that realization that what is FE for you and what is FE for me and what is FE in reality is very different from what we actually think.
Right. In the third chapter, we're going to get into the human needs. So, for example, if I were to start over fresh, if I was a student in this class, this is just how I would do it.
Yeah.
Not that I know what the hell I'm doing when it comes to personality typing or anything. But what I would do is I would go through and I would study one or two people at a time, and I would study one coin at a time, and I would start with the human needs, the 4 human needs, and then maybe kind of the side of the letters and the functions, and that's it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do sexuals or animals or any of the fancy stuff. That doesn't really matter.
Right.
So I keep it very simple, and I would just be going, okay, these guys are deciders. What the hell does a decider mean? These guys are relatively balanced on self and tribe, and then they freak out about themselves and Or what did I say?
Yeah,
These are relatively
they're
balanced
with control
and chaos, and then they freak out about self and tribe,
Yeah,
right? So I get you all confused already. And then this row here is the reverse. They're relatively balanced about self and tribe.
Yeah.
And then they freak out a little bit more about control and chaos. So what the hell does that mean? Can I actually see that in reality? And then you got the IPs up here, you got the EJs down here.
Right, and you'll
etc.
see varying degrees. You're going to see somebody that seems more like they freak out about the tribe, but when you really look at the overall, they're actually panicking about the control and chaos game. And then you'll see somebody that is, you know, relatively nice, easygoing with the tribe, but then when you start paying attention to the swings, the weird, you know, up and down movements and emotion and hits, you're like, wait a minute, you get really bothered by being told you're not good enough compared to the rest of the tribe.
Right.
And that's when you can start paying attention to all the different spectrum of, you know, tribe issues versus control chaos issues. You can then see in reality, that's what you mean by decider. That's what you mean by observer.
Right. If you're starting a college class and you're going to devote the next 5 years of your life studying frogs or engineering, say cars, like you got to start to go get familiar with the parts and trust what the teacher is sending you to get familiar with the parts first before you get all fancy to put them all together and start making some big guesses, right?
Right. And again, here's the most important part. We see a lot of people that will come into objective personality and think that it's just about memorizing the definitions and using the cute checklist and then you got it. Like the only way to play the objective game is to absolutely track your statistics, not the confidence of I feel like I really got this one. You have to start playing the game working with a partner.
Why? Because we are working towards science, not idiots on the internet. Remember, that's going to be the default. Is you're going to want to show off to yourself and your mom and your friends on Facebook, like, look, I think this person is this type. I'm convinced. Who are you talking to? Who are you trying to convince? Just a small group of idiots. It doesn't matter, because once you're dead and you're gone, all of that, as awesome as you were, say you were right every single time, you're gone. Doesn't matter.
Right.
We are working towards the scientific community. So we are slamming on your head what our bosses, the scientific community, is slamming on our head. So it's just a hand-me-down.
That's absolutely it. And the more you play a tracking with a partner game, like say you set up 50 people, say you set up 10 people to start going, okay, I want to get the same type as you, let's start playing the game. You're going to now realize how subjective your mind starts off being.
Right.
That's where you start getting the, oh my goodness, the you know, come to science moment of like, wow, I really didn't realize how much I was just saying, that feels right, done. And the more you play that game with the other person, you can start forcing yourself outside of your subjective mind and getting close to what is real in reality.
Right. Because all science wants to see, and all we want to see from ourselves, and if you're serious about this, that's all we want to see from you. We don't want to get an email of, I'm so good, and I think, I get that. I get 10 of those a day. I don't care. What do you want me to do with that?
Yeah.
What's interesting to us is when people send us something like this.
Yes.
They either say, Operator A, let's just say, Operator A is your guys' class. So every Monday or every Tuesday, we're putting up a new person that we're typing.
Yeah.
And then we're also letting you know who we're going to be typing next Tuesday. So you have a few days to start typing Bill Johnson, whoever's coming up next week. And then you can start to kind of get together of working out their type and then comparing it to see if you got the same type that we got.
Right.
And we're not saying we're right. We're not saying you're right. We don't care.
Right.
We're just seeing that at the end, that these two are going to be 60, 70% consistent. That's where science gets interesting. Science doesn't care who's right or who's wrong. They're like, wait, you guys are both tracking
how
something?
How are you tracking and how are you getting something happening consistently? Consistently.
And then ideally, we're seeing a lot of people being able to eventually work with other partners. So you got to find somebody who's willing to work as hard as you and take the scientific method serious. That's going to be the first thing you're going to be concerned about, right? You start partnering up with some schmuck who's all into personality types of the functions, that's going to be the worst kind of person to work with.
Right.
You want to be working with somebody who's into the scientific method and then learning the functions later.
Right.
And therefore, you're comparing your data sheets. Science and us, we want to see a data sheet. We want to see a track record. And this is what we expect from ourselves. This is what science expects from us, and we're passing it down to you. So be thinking and working towards how can you track your results objectively on actual graphs and pieces of paper, and then refining it from there, because it'll start to show you, wow, when it comes to FE, I always get that wrong, or my partner always gets it wrong. Now you can go to work on that part and actually get it better.
Definitely. So the more you can play this game, you can get outside of the subjective mind. And this is actually a really amazing tool to be able to use everywhere in life, because it's very important to be accurate with reality if you want to go anywhere in life, whether it's your job, your relationships, whatever, your mission, you know, the more you can start pushing yourself to track reality, it'll get you outside of your subjective mind and it'll stop the reoccurring tidal waves that are happening naturally in your life.
That's a really good point. That's actually how we did it in reverse. We started objectively tracking our business and then our chores. And that's where we started getting addicted to this writing it down and then tracking the math type of procedure, which then got us warmed up for something like this.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, good luck getting outside of your subjective mind.
That's the hardest chapter.
Yeah, it gets easier.
And then we'll get into this.
All right, talk to you soon.
All right, this is a good one. So if you make it past round 1, the objective subjective thing, this will surely knock you out too. This is a real hard one. So we're handling this hard stuff. This is just honestly what we see. We struggled with the hardest time trying to learn this stuff, the objective subjective stuff, as well as save your demons. Let me just say that, like, if you scroll down the parts, once we get into the parts, what we got?
Down here.
Human needs, easy. You're going to love it.
Yeah.
Human needs, functions, letters. You're going to be really good at this. You're going to love it. It's going to work great. And we're seeing at scale that the majority... Wait, scroll back up for a second. There you go.
Screen capturing idiots is fun.
There you go. Letters. F-R-O-G. Frog.
This is
drugs.
D-R. All right.
How do you spell that?
Yeah, D-R-U.
Okay.
Moving on.
Okay, so the letters, the functions, and stuff like that, that's where we're seeing people are getting a good handle on that.
Yeah.
But you'll completely destroy any of your tracking results.
Right. You could memorize every definition we have, and this alone will stop you. Because people want to play the it resonates game, it feels good game, and they're going to miss the actual fears that people are showing that are spiking on.
Right. So the savers and demons, where it gets challenging is you go to start to understand what a term is. Say you're understanding what FE is. You're going to see people that have demon FE using FE, and it's going to throw you. And they're going to... does she have demon FE? She does.
Yeah,
right?
And she's got double activated FE
She's got
too.
double activated masculine demon FE as a second function. So
it's going to show up. It's going to show up a lot.
Good luck trying to catch that.
Yeah.
You're going to see FE all day long on her, but you'll never be able to catch that that's technically a demon.
Because she'll use it a lot. Now you have to start listening for, okay, what are the variations of somebody who has it as a demon? Well, guess what? Emotions are going to be hard.
Right.
Dealing and processing emotions are going to be, okay, wait a minute. If she has FE, I'm seeing FE, and she can't process emotions, doesn't like talking about emotions.
Right. This is another one. She's super, super NE, double activated, masculine NE, right?
Right.
But technically it's a demon.
Right.
A saver SI. Good luck catching that.
Right.
Some of these are going to be very easy. Like I think masculine TI.
Obama has masculine TI and it's double activated, so you're going to see it all day long.
Certain ones are going to be easy for you. Oprah has FE, whatever. Some are going to come very easy to you. Some you're never going to get.
Right. And the reality is that's normal. Every single person is not that easy to just cut and dry. You either have this or you don't. You're not using it or you are using it. Oh, I saw you use that you care about people. Wait a minute. It's a contradiction that you also don't care about people. Hold on. You're selfish and you care. I'm confused. And that's where it's like, yes, our bottom line here. It's like, hey, everybody has everything.
You got to start with that.
You can't say people like you care about others, therefore you have FE. That is so crazy. Like what human would be like, oh yeah, I hate people.
I know.
You can track me as somebody that doesn't have
think
FE.
Think through the reverse being
I know.
true.
It's so insane. So this is not just a simple statement, like owning that to your core of being like, no, everyone has everything. So then there's your problem. What do you do? Now, how do you start tracking it? If everybody has everything, how do you start seeing whether it's a saver or
Right. We see that too with people mistyping themselves, is that they'll run, everybody does this, they'll run to, I do this.
Yeah.
It's like, it's true.
Performance.
You do that, but it's your demon state. For example, Cody, who's 8 years old, right?
Our son.
He's TESE. He's a chaos monkey, right? I didn't tell you this, but the other day, I was paying him $3 to organize all those screws that I've had. It's like 15 years worth of screws I've collected, right?
That's wonderful.
So he's organizing them all out, different sizes and stuff. And so this is obviously challenging for him, right? But you know what he says as I'm walking away?
What?
He's like, I'm really good at this. This is one of my special gifts. And I'm like, I come back in the room like, what did you say? He's like, I'm really good at this. This is naturally what I'm really good at. I'm just like picturing in my head like his room, the way that he eats, the way that all his toys outside, just like
nothing organized.
All the complaints we get from his teachers, just chaos monkey off the charts.
Right.
But unconscious of that because just does it.
Here's what happens. Our minds are unconscious most of the day because we're going through a slight level. Here we go. Here's this little wavelength. We're going through a slight level of neutral. It's slightly positive, but you're using your savior functions, so they're not something that's spiking you. They're not something that is flaring up at all. So you're just using your saviors pretty consistently. A spike like this is when you get extreme happiness, an intense amount of just your saviors only. This happens occasionally, but most of the time our saviors are just sort of like da 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 da. But yeah, if you get some cookie or some validation or whatever it is for your saviors, you're going to get a major spike like this. Most of the time, it's just like a ho-hum, I use my saviors all day long. It's not until you get a massive like punch or hit and you're using your demons, your brain wakes up, it's now paying attention because it's a spike. It's like an intense, I'm now in a state of fear. How am I going to make it through this? Oh my gosh. And then when you do make it through it and you come back to neutral, your brain is like, wow, I made it through that. I'm so good at my demon.
Right. And just to pick on Cody because he's not here to defend himself.
And he's 8.
Yeah, your demon state is not necessarily always going to be a negative thing for you. Like, for example, with Cody, he was very much in a positive, happy state.
He's getting paid for doing organizing.
I'm good at organizing. Because he's looking at himself and he's going, I'm actually good at this.
Right.
I'm doing a great job at it. And it's not something normal. This is all going on unconsciously, right?
Right.
And he's very proud of himself. So he's then therefore kind of waking up and identifying himself as an organizer. Because he's done it once in the last 8 years, right? And this is hilarious because we see every adult doing the same thing. So you're going to think your demons are when I'm in a negative state or I hate it or I don't like it.
Right.
That's going to be true for a large majority of the time. But what we found in our community is that largely as people get more towards a growth mindset type of state, they're wanting to do things that are hard for them.
Yeah.
So the chaotic person is wanting to learn how to organize, and they're like, just because you're an EP and now you're organizing because you're getting your shit together, that doesn't mean you're an IJ, and that's the trick. So you got to track, what have I been doing for 20 years unconsciously, creating massive messes that everybody hates me about?
Yeah.
What's that?
Right.
That's going to be your saviors. That's going to be where and it's kind of a funny joke. The problems are these guys.
Yeah.
The problems are the over addiction.
Because you're just pouring into one cup all the time, ignoring the other cup that equally needs the same amount of stuff put into it. You're just all day long, and you can see it on somebody. I mean, you have to start tracking their actual fears or their acceptance of something. If somebody comes out and they're dealing with a problem or they see a problem in reality, this is how you can start tracking people communicating about it. They're like, ... here's what's wrong with the world, and here is what I think the solutions are. Reoccurringly, you will hear people who are savior, SE or NE, tell you that we need to open it up, we need to let more information flow, we need to let more new information come in, because that is where the answers will be. And those that have savior SI or NI are going to go the opposite direction, and they're going to be like, look, the answers to this problem are going to be in narrowing down, getting some regulations, getting some rules. That's what's going to save us from the problems.
For example, say you were to watch a whole bunch of Owen's, Chaos Monkey to Hell, right?
Right.
Say you were to watch a bunch of his, especially his older stuff is a lot better. He's got a lot of hits and misses, I know, but like some of his older conferences are really good. He's going to really get into a lot of self-discipline, organization, all three of these guys, right? And you're going to be watching, wow, this is obviously a lead EP that's causing chaos everywhere in their life. But then they're coming to the tribe with this amazing alpha aha moment of, hey, I've done everything wrong in life and I've come to find this organization. Now, if you were to just like jump in on that conference and
take
watch
that one sentence,
be like, I don't know, the guy talked for 10 minutes about organized, that's got to be a lead organizer, right? And that's what tricks most people right there. Something that simple.
Right.
So that's what we do is we'll go, okay, I know that he is also savior gather. When I'm watching him talking about organizing and narrowing down, I'm assuming and knowing that's coming from a demon state. Therefore, I'm getting familiar with basically what we call lie detecting.
Yes.
It's not literally a lie, but it's that same kind of state where, like Cody with, I'm good at organizing.
You watch their life, you watch their life pattern, and you're like, you set yourself up to constantly go for new. I mean, this guy, is constantly going for new. The thought of narrowing down and going after one girl in his situation is foreign. It's new, more new information coming in. And these guys up here, well, this one in particular wants to narrow down, go over the same exact script, the same exact scene over and over and over and over again, perfecting the same, going over the same, nothing else new, and would prefer to just work on the same project for year after year after year over a decade. And that's where you can start seeing that there's a difference here when somebody goes to bring in something new. Is it a struggle? Was it something that was hard for them? Was it something that they had to figure out and then they want to preach that? And again, these guys definitely talk about and preach structure.
Right.
I figured out you got to have structure, but then you look at their life patterns and it's not that way.
So it's the same if you're studying NLP or hypnosis or lie detecting. It comes from practice.
Yeah.
You gotta see somebody telling the quote unquote truth from their obvious savior state.
Right.
And then you gotta see that same person talking and preaching about their demons, both in a negative state and a positive state.
Right.
You'll also see people talk about their saviors in a negative light.
It's hard. That's hard for me. I struggle to organize. Organizing is hard. Therefore, it must be a demon. I hate doing it. But then you see that they actually are responsible for it. And that's why it's frustrating to them, because it's something that they are obligated to do. Like if you talk to an EP, they're not obligated to narrow down. They're not obligated or responsible for being the guy in the tribe that is having to give regulations, give rules, give control. That's not what their responsibility is. In fact, it would be death to them to see that more rules were brought in and more control was brought in because of them. That's a terrifying feeling for the EP.
Yeah, this is what we consistently see is the responsible. All right, fine. Responsible, confidence, obvious, and then
Now, this is pretty much going to define the way that you look at CSS. And we've written a lot of CSS code here. Well, we're not really looking at properties yet, but we've covered a lot of different selectors and how they work. But now we need to put the two together. We know what properties are, and we definitely know what selectors are. So we need to know how these two work together. Now, I've talked a little bit about this in the past, but we haven't actually gone through it in detail. So that's what I'm going to be doing in this video. So first of all, if you look at all of the CSS code, we can see a pattern involved here. First of all, in every single one of these, there are these curly braces, and on top of that, in every single one, there is some italicized text, which is due to the one.
Grammarly does more than catch errors. With Grammarly, you can find really good.
So in this video, I'm going to be talking about a very important concept in CSS. So this is a pretty important concept because it's pretty much going to change the way that you use selectors. Right now, we're just assuming that all of these selectors kind of work in a similar way. We don't actually know why they exist. I mean, why is there a class and an ID selector when they both do the same thing? So that's what I'm going to be explaining in this video. And it all comes down to one concept called specificity. So specificity is pretty much talking about the overriding or rewriting of properties in CSS. And it's pretty much this concept that different selectors are more powerful than others in a sense. So for example, if you had two selectors on one element, one of them said the color was blue and one of them said the color was green. The more powerful or the more specific selector would end up overriding the other ones and applying that property to the element. So there's this really helpful article here from W3 Schools. If you need some more help on this or you don't really understand it, you can go ahead and read this. There's a lot of numbers involved like this, but you can go ahead and read this, but I'm just going to explain it in word terms because these numbers tend to get really confusing and they end up meaning the same thing at the end of the day. So let's go ahead and get started. Now, I think it's really helpful if we start from the ground up. So I've removed all of the styling that we applied in the last video. So first of all, I'm going to go ahead and create an element selector. So on all H2s, I want the color to be blue, or actually I'm going to make it red. So there we go. Now we know that every single H2 is red, okay? But let's just say for our about me right here, I'm going to add a class, okay? And I'm going to call this about me, and I'm going to add it to my H2. Now in my styles here, I'm going to use the class selector and say the color is blue. So this is where we have a confliction. You can see that one selector says the color is red, but one selector says the color is blue. So what are we supposed to do about this? Which one do you think is going to prevail? I mean, you can't just have both red and blue at the same time. And you can see that blue is actually more specific. So you can see that elements or actually selectors have different powers, and the more powerful they are, the more specific they are, the higher they are, the higher they're going to be on the scale, and the higher the chance of having or applying the right selector or property. So what we're going to do is actually go through and talk about the different powers or specificities or specifics of each selector, and we're going to see which one is most powerful. So right now we know that the element selectors are less powerful than the class, but there is actually two more that are more powerful than the class selectors. So I'm going to go ahead and apply this about me class to another h2. Now I know it's not really going to make much sense, so I'm actually just going to rename it to subtitle. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and add this to services as well. Subtitle. There we go. Let's go ahead and refresh the page. Oh, whoops, forgot to actually change the class name on the CSS file. There we go. So now we have two blue subtitles and one red. So you can see that the class will overwrite the header, or sorry, the element tag. But there are, like I said, there are still two that are more powerful. The next, after the class, is the ID. So I'm going to go over here to services and add an ID of services. Whoops. Services. Alright. Now what I'm going to do is go into my CSS file and use the ID selector. Color green. So I'm going to go ahead and refresh now, and you can see that it's right here, it's green. So now that we know, the ID is going to overwrite the class, and the class is going to overwrite the header. So there is still one more that is more powerful, and that is called inline styling. So we don't actually know what inline styling is, but pretty much we don't need to use a CSS file to do inline styling. All we need is the element and the HTML file. So why don't I go ahead and use services here, because we're kind of on a roll and I want to use this again. So what I'm going to do is say style, which is the attribute. And then in here we add all of our CSS properties, no selector, nothing. So I'm going to say here the color is steel blue. And we don't actually, steel blue is part of the CSS color collection. We'll explain all of those in future sections. So if I go ahead and refresh now, you can see that it is blue, and it overrides the ID, the class, and the header here. So pretty much there's an order here that you need to take away from this video. Headers are the least specific. They kind of apply to everything, and they're not that powerful. The class selector is above that, and then the ID, and then the inline styling, or the style attribute. So if you follow this order, you can predict what is going to be the outcome and which styles are going to be followed. So this is a pretty useful tool and in CSS, and it pretty much allows you to structure your file in a way that makes sense to other people when they're reading it. But there's still one more question we need to answer. What's the difference between a class and an ID? Now, apart from the obvious specificity difference, we actually use classes and IDs in different situations, and they're pretty simple. Classes are meant to be used multiple times. So if you have done any programming before, you'll know that a class is kind of like a blueprint. It's made so that you can create multiple objects from it. But the thing is, an ID is supposed to be only for one thing. It'll work for more than one, but the convention is you're only supposed to use an ID for one single element. So for example, let's take this file we have here. We have 3 subtitles and one for the About Me section. In this structure, what we would do is create a subtitle class for every subtitle on the page. Then we'd apply it to it. Now the reason we're doing this is because we can have multiple H2s on this page, so we only want to apply it to the subtitles. But then for our About Me here, there's only going to be one of them on this whole document, which means we're going to use the ID of About Me. And then from there, we can go and apply our styles and do all of that. So that's just the main difference between classes and IDs. And now that you know how to use them, you can actually go through and apply them properly in real world scenarios. So that's just a very important thing to keep in mind. You're only supposed to use IDs once, and classes can be used multiple times. Alright, let's move on. So in this video, we are going to be looking at pseudo selectors. So this is a special type of selector that is used commonly in interactivity with your website. So this is usually visible only when something is done on the website. So it's a pretty cool feature, and it's used very commonly throughout CSS. And once we get to the animations and transitions part, we're actually going to be using pseudo selectors a lot. So let's get into it. Now there's a few pseudo selectors I want to cover here. There's a lot of them, but I'm only going to be covering the main ones that we are going to be using. So before we go on, I'm just going to show you what a pseudo selector actually is. So usually what you would do is after a selector, you would add a colon and then the name of the pseudo selector. So this is just an example of one of them. And then the properties will apply normally. Now watch what happens when I hover over our H2 here. You can see that it's working perfectly, and when we hover over it, it is turning red. Now obviously it doesn't apply to the subtitle or the services part here, because again, these are separate classes, and obviously with specificity and everything like that, they won't apply. So there we go. We have everything working here, and that's one of the pseudo selectors, which is hover. So let's move on to some of the next ones. Now there's also two that I'd like to talk about, which is first child and last child. So the concept behind child and parent elements is that right here, if we look, actually this is a little bit complicated example. Let's look at this unordered list here. We have a UL unordered list, and then we have 3 LIs, okay? So pretty much this is going to be the first child because it's placed inside of the UL. The second is going to be the second child, and then this is going to be the third child. So you can see here that this is kind of the relationship between child and parent, and what we can actually do is specify which one we want to select. So if I go over here and select all ULs, and then of course the colon for the pseudo selector, and select first child. Now I'm just going to say set the color to steel blue as well. Okay? So I'm going to refresh the page, and you can see that it's not working. Now, although it might seem like you want to put the UL first, obviously because, again, you're looking for the first child of the UL, this isn't actually how you're supposed to write it. Instead, you're supposed to write the element that you're trying to select, which in this case is our list item, or our LI. So now if I go ahead and refresh the page, you can see that the first one here is going to be blue. It's a little bit of a confusing rule to get around, but once you get used to it, it becomes very easy. We can also change this to last or last child, like this. And then what's going to happen is it's going to select the last one. Now there's also one more that I'd like to talk about quickly, which is nth child. So I'm just going to show you how this thing works. Nth child, and then in brackets, you put the number here. So what you're going to put here is pretty much what number of the child you want to style. In this case, I want every second LI child to be colored steel blue. So throughout the page, every second LI that is inside of that is the child element is going to be styled blue. Go ahead and refresh the page. You can see that works there. So there's actually one more selector that I want to talk about, at least for children, and that is the only child selector. So I think it makes perfect sense. Pretty much what we're trying to look for is something that there's only one child inside of it. So, for example, nothing on this page here actually has one child. But why don't we go ahead and add that? So under this list, I'm just going to temporarily remove these here, just like that. All right, let's go ahead and save, make sure it's working. There we go. Now what I'm going to do is go ahead and select this. So I'm going to say LI, like that, and I'm going to say only child. So pretty much what this is saying is for every LI that is the only child of its parent. And you can see this, the UL, this only has one child. So I'm going to go ahead and give it a color of purple, for example. And you can see that it works perfectly. But what were to happen if I tried this on, let's just say, for example, the TDs here, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and add a new one, TD, only child. And I'm also going to give this a color of purple. Just like that. Now let's go ahead and refresh and see what's going on. All right. So you can see that TD right here, it's somewhere in this table, nothing's actually happening. That's because, as we can see here, there is nothing on this page where there's only one TD as a child. So that's just one thing to keep in mind. Sometimes pseudo selectors won't actually style anything if they don't exist. So there we go. That's pretty much for the basic children kind of pseudo selectors. But let's move on to some other pseudo selectors. Now, there are selectors of this type that are actually specific to certain elements, and one of them is the anchor tag, or the A tag. So I'm just going to go ahead and create an anchor tag under this H2 here. Oh, whoops. A. And I'm just going to give it a link or an endpoint of Google. So just like that. Okay, there we go. So in here, I'm just going to say click here to go to Google. Pretty simple A tag. Hopefully everyone knows how to do this. There we go. We have our link there. So I click on it, takes me there. Pretty standard stuff. Now, we can actually create pseudo selectors for this. So I'm going to be giving you 2 for now. Now, there are many, many more, but these are the 2 main ones you need to focus on. The rest of them are kind of generalized, and these are the main 2 that you're going to be using. So I'm going to create them here. And remember, you're using the element name. You can use the class if you want. It's not limited to single element names. Actually, why don't I go ahead and do that? I'm going to give it an ID, because again, we only have one of these on the page. I'm going to give it an ID of Google link, just like that. So now I'm going to go ahead and reference that in here. So remember, it's just the name of the selector, Google-link in this case, and then the colon. So here I'm going to go ahead and say link. Okay, so this is the first pseudo selector, and then there's also a second one. Now don't worry about what I'm typing for now. I'll explain both of these in just a second. Alright, so let's look at the first one here, Google link. Pretty much what this is saying is, if you've ever been on a web page, you know that there is a difference between before you click on the link and after. There's kind of some stylistic changes. So that's where pseudo selectors actually come into play. The website has those defined properties, and they actually change the way that a link looks before and after it is clicked. So I'm going to go ahead and do it here. Link is the unvisited link, remember? So I'm going to go ahead and give it a color of blue. And then when it's clicked, I'm going to go ahead and give it a color of red. Sorry, I typed blue there. Remember, usually the default is that it is going to be purple, like this color here. Let's go ahead and refresh the page. You can see that it's actually red now. Now, obviously, I can't really go back in time and change the link so that it doesn't look clicked. But you can see how powerful these pseudo selectors are, because you can do so many different things. And once we learn more properties, you can actually change different parts of the page, and it becomes very powerful to use these pseudo selectors. So that's just one thing to keep in mind. Alright, so there we go. We've covered most of the pseudo selectors. I'm actually going to go ahead and add that hover property there back in case anyone wants to use the project files. So there Here we go. We've covered everything here. Here, and we've added all of our pseudo selectors. So like I said, there's many more. I've linked a couple articles that help you to look at all of the different pseudo selectors, and most of them you're not really going to use very often. They aren't useful in any way because they're usually you just use some basic pseudo selectors like hover and active, which I haven't actually covered, but things like that. So you're not really going to use all of them, but I just wanted to give you an introduction to the main ones so that when it comes time to use them, you have the tools to finish the job or create that effect that you've always wanted. All right, let's move on. Today, we're going to be looking at advanced selectors. So right now we've looked at our basic selectors, so our class selectors, element selectors, and ID selectors. And we've also looked at some pseudo selectors, which is very useful. But now we're going to look at some of the more advanced selectors. Now, you're not going to use these every day. They're not used very commonly, but it just shows what you can actually do with these selectors because there is a lot. So there's a bunch of advanced selectors, and I'm actually going to be breaking these down into two parts. We're going to be looking first at our basic advanced selectors. And I know that sounds a little bit contradictory, but we'll get into that in just a second. And then after that, we're going to be talking about attribute selectors, which are probably the hardest type of selector to get used to. All right, let's get started. So the first thing I want to talk about is how you actually set up these selectors. Now, these sometimes contain 1, 2, or sometimes even 3 elements in one selector. So I'm going to be going through these and talking about how they all work. So the first selector I'm going to be talking about is something called the adjacent sibling selector. So pretty much what this does is selects every single element that directly follows a different element. So I'll show you how to set this up. Let's first take a look at our HTML page over here. Now you can see we have our services, which is our H2, and then we have an A tag. Now, first thing I want to do is actually go ahead and get rid of these two. I'm going to actually comment them out. You can do this with Control/, just like that. So if you type Control/, it comments it, which pretty much just renders it useless. It doesn't run or anything like that. Let's get started. So the first thing I want to do is go ahead and set this up. So I want to be able to apply styles to every A tag or anchor tag that comes directly after an H2. So the way to set this up is all you have to do is go the element that you want to be the first element. So in this case, it's going to be our h2. And then afterwards, it's going to be the element that you want after, which is our a tag. So you want h2 plus a. So this is pretty much saying every anchor tag that follows an h2. So then we can pretty much just set the style however we want. So I'm going to say color is red, just like that. Now remember, there is no pseudo selector on this. If you could add it if you wanted to, because this is still a selector, remember. But I'm not going to add any. So I'm going to go ahead and refresh the page, and you can see it turns red again. So that's the first type of selector. Next thing I want to look at is the general sibling combinator or selector. So this is a little bit more difficult to understand, but all in good time, once you get used to it, it becomes much easier to understand. So pretty much what the general sibling selector does is goes for the same kind of idea as this selector here. It looks for elements that go directly after one another, except they have to be sharing the same parent, okay? So for example, let's see our input here, our form. We have an input and a text area, or a button followed by a text area, for example. So what we're going to do here is I want to style every button that's followed by a text area, except in this case, they have to share the same parent. So what we're going to do is go and say every button, which is going to be the next one, or the final one, which is A here. So sorry, it's actually going to be text area, right? Because that's the first element here, which is our text area. And then this symbol followed, and then it's going to be our button, like that. So this is saying every button that is followed or that is after a text area, but they're in the same parent. So from here, we can go and style it however we want. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and just say the color is purple. Oops. Now if we go ahead and refresh, you can see that the button color is purple. So like I said, the main difference between these two is that the first one is going to be styling elements that follow each other no matter where they are on the scale. So if you actually look up here, they don't share any parent. They're completely separate elements. Whereas here, they have to follow each other. And I'll actually demonstrate that quickly. If we change this to a plus here and refresh, the style is still going to work because they are directly preceded. But the only thing is if they aren't, so for example, I'm just going to actually move this button out of the form. Just like that. Whoops. Seems like the button disappeared there. Let's go ahead and redo that. Okay, so we have the button back. Now if I'm going to go ahead and change this back to our symbol there, and if I go ahead and refresh, you can see that the button right there, it doesn't actually have that styling anymore, because although they directly follow each other, they're not under the same parent. So that's just one minor difference. All right, let's move on to the next one. It's called the child selector. So this is probably the most basic out of all of these advanced selectors. And pretty much what it is saying is every single child of a certain element. So I'll give you an example here. We have an li and a ul. This is pretty basic. All you have to do is type ul, which is going to be our parent, and then this symbol, or the greater than symbol, and li. So this is going to say every single li inside of a ul. Open up the brackets, and let's set the color this time to blue. I'm just going to say that. And remember, specificity is at play here. Now, like I said, the specificity rules, once you use these advanced selectors, get quite complicated. But for example, if we actually look at the li here, the style for this, we can see that the li with the pseudo select selector is actually more specific than this general selector. So I'm going to go ahead and comment that out. Now if we refresh the page, you can see that it's blue. So that's just one thing to keep in mind with these advanced selectors. They can get pretty complicated, and that's why we use the numbers, the zeros, ones, twos, things like that, is to be able to classify these once we get and start using these advanced selectors. But like I said, usually you won't use these in your general use. So I'm not going to go over specificity, especially because usually you'll group up all of these styles into one selector. Okay, so that's the child selector. The next one is very similar to the child selector, but instead of having direct children, there's actually something called a descendant. So I'm just going to go ahead and edit this a little bit. I'm going to have an li, okay? But then I'm going to create an ordered list inside of the, Actually, I need to create an li and put the ordered list inside of that. So pretty much what's going on here is I'm creating an ordered list or a numbered list inside of a list item that is inside of a UL. It's a little bit complicated, but we'll get to that in just a second. So I'm going to create an li inside of this, and I'm going to say my numbered list item, just like that. All right. So now I'm going to go ahead and refresh the page, and you can see we have a list item here with our item. All right. So let's get started on using this descendant selector. So I'm going to get started. First thing I want to do